Okay, ladies, that concludes your practice. Please move to your opposite lane for the last 5 minutes before we start. officials, make sure your machines are set to first ball cycle. Spectators, today is a best of 7 Baker match. First team to win 4 wins the match. Thank you all for coming this weekend. Good luck, and let's give a nice round of applause and get them started. Officials, start bowling left lane, start bowling right lane.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our continuing live coverage of the Kutztown Invitational here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we get started with the Baker match play bracket portion of this event. The cheering you hear, that's from Adelphi. And LIU Brooklyn also doing their cheer. Matches are best of 7. So win a game, you win one step closer towards winning the match. Got to win 4 games to win the match. And as you can see on the screen, our 2 featured matches for this opening round of bracket play: Adelphi versus St. Francis, New York, and LIU Brooklyn versus Valpo. So it's all Baker competition, 5 players combining to make up 1 game. We've got St. Francis, New York on the far left side of your screen for this first game. Adelphi on the right lane on that pair. And on the other pair, LIU Brooklyn on the left lane and Valpo on the right lane. Adelphi off to a quick start with a double. Got a whole bunch of other matches going on right now too. Everybody in the field gets to bowl in the bracket. The teams in these matches were, let's see here, 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th after 12 matches the last 2 days to determine the seeding for the bracket. But as we move along, there's 3 rounds of matches. We'll have the higher ranked teams each round leading up to the championship match, which is the final round of the day. So it's 3 rounds, the final round being the championship match. Had to be in the top 4 after yesterday to make it into to have a chance to make it into the championship match. But we'll keep a close eye on these matches and let you know how they progress as we move along here. Seen a few missed single pins already in these matches. 3 of the 4 teams have missed a single pin already, which is not helpful in the quest to win a match. Got to make those single pins. Split for Adelphi in the 4th frame. Pretty even with St. Francis at this stage, assuming St. Francis makes that spare. After 4 frames, Adelphi leads by 13 in that match. After that open by St. Francis. LIU Brooklyn has got a couple opens early on here. Valpo clean. Valpo with about a 20-pin lead. A 22-pin lead for Valpo as they stay clean through 4 frames. Another open for LIU Brooklyn, so that increases the lead for Valpo. LIU needs to get something going here. They've only got 46 in the 4th right now. And now a split. So LIU Brooklyn in a lot of trouble here in this first game against Valpo. Still a 13-pin lead for Adelphi. They throw a strike in the 7th. There's a double for St. Francis, New York, as they cut the deficit to 3. Another open frame for LIU Brooklyn. Valpo also had an open, so after 5 frames, it's a 31-pin lead for Valpo. So we're in the 8th frame between Adelphi and St. Francis. Adelphi makes their spare in the 8th. St. Francis makes theirs, so it's a 5-pin lead for Adelphi with 2 frames to go. Big shot there for Adelphi to set it up for the 10th frame. Adelphi a chance to pretty much get the shutout here, but it's a split, and that's going to give St. Francis a legit shot here to win game 1 if they can close out this game. It looks like St. Francis just needs a mark in the 10th with count to win this match. Valpo on their way to a game 1 win here. Open frame in the 10th for Adelphi, 170. St. Francis needed a mark, and guess what? It's a 4-6 split. A 4-6 split in the 10th frame. Both teams split in the 10th. Pretty simple. She has to make the 4-6 split in the 10th to win game one. And that is a daunting task. Let's see what happens here, far left side of your screen. Ooh, gave it a little run there, but it's an open, and they lose 170 to 165. Adelphi takes game one. Wow. Valpo leading still by 3 marks against LIU Brooklyn, despite the split on the board there. Quickly starting game 2 on the left side of your screen. LIU trying to make a comeback here, but they just too far behind. Even if they strike out here in the 10th, they can only shoot 163, and Valpo just needs 5 pins in the 10th frame on 2 shots to pass that number. So Valpo going to take the first game win. She gets 7. That's enough for the shutout. And you notice they switch lanes after each game for the next game. .168 for Valpo. And final score for LIU Brooklyn is 149. So Delphi up 1-0, Valpo up 1-0 here in our first round of the day. Got 3 rounds of matches for you today, including the championship in the final round. You got Maryland Eastern Shore and Vanderbilt bowling right now down on lane 7 and 8. About, 5-6 pairs away from us. And the winner of that match is guaranteed a spot in the championship match. Very strange leave there for Valpo. She comes up to the right side of the head pin and leaves with a 1-5-7-8-9. Don't see that one every day. Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the final day of the Kutztown Invitational. It's bracket match play. Got Adelphi leading 1-0 on St. Francis, New York, and Valpo up 1-0 on LIU Brooklyn as we are in game 2 of this best-of-7 match. St. Francis, New York with the spare there in the 5th. Adelphi still working in the 4th frame. Adelphi clean. St. Francis had a split front open in the 2nd, so slight lead for Adelphi pending a spare here. 3-6-10 is good, and it is a 10-pin lead for Adelphi at this stage. Nice shot by LIU Brooklyn. They throw a double on the board. Spare double for them. Well, Adelphi still clean. St. Francis with the 1 open. That's the difference so far in this one. It is a 7-pin lead for Adelphi, pending a spare here in the 6th. Still got LIU Brooklyn stringing strikes. They've got 4 in a row. And just left the 6-pin for the lefty there. But anytime you get a 4-bagger in one of these Baker games, it's, especially in a low-scoring matches, it goes a long way towards a potential win. Adelphi missed the spare, missed the easy spare in the 6th. And so that means that St. Francis, New York takes the lead momentarily, although the 6 count on the spare for St. Francis gives Adelphi a chance to take the lead with a mark here. Gotta watch count on spares. So far, St. Francis, New York has a 7 count and a 6 count on spares. That'll hurt your total in a hurry. See if Adelphi can make the spare. Nope. Open frame. St. Francis still in the lead by 9 pins. LIU Brooklyn is rolling here in game 2, leading by 52 pins on Valpo, as they are working in the 7th frame of that game. Jennifer wants to know who else is going to be on the TV pair today. We don't know. It's bracket competition, so it depends on who wins matches and who loses matches. That'll determine who we have on the featured pairs today. I can tell you the championship match will be on the featured pair for the last round. Adelphi and St. Francis, they are wrapping up game 2. St. Francis had a split for an open in the 9th. If Adelphi makes the spare, they will take back the lead here, it looks like. That looks good. If St. Francis, New York throws a double in the 10th, she needs one more strike, that would force Adelphi to double. LIU Brooklyn still well ahead of Valpo. Looks like they'll even things up. Let's see if St. Francis on the left side of your screen here can throw the double in the 10th to force Adelphi to double. And no, it does not go. It is a split. Adelphi needs a mark with count here in the 10th frame. Left side of your screen, here we go. Adelphi needs a mark and count to take a 2-0 lead in this match. Ooh, that looked like it could have been a 7-10 for a second there, but the 10 pin's the only one that stays up, and she'll need to make it and get a few pins of count to win the match. She needs to spare and about 5 pins or so. The count. Got to get the 2 here for the count for St. Francis to at least have any hope. She only gets the 1. They shoot 160. So spare 5 is the tally that Adelphi needs here. Has to make this 10 pin. Here we go. And she misses it, and they lose by 5. Wow. Just shows you the importance of those single pin spares. It's 1-1 in that match. Valpo shoots 165, and LIU Brooklyn putting together a big game. They only shot 149 first game. They got to, they might make it into the Century Club here. Let's see, 247. They're going to be just shy. I mean, 98 pins higher than their first game. So both our matches tied at 1 game apiece as they wrap up the final shot here.
It's high enough, I'm not in. I might run out and go.
So 247, 165. LIU Brooklyn takes game 2. So both matches 1-1. As we start game 3. So the best-of-7 match just became a best-of-5 match with both teams, both matches being 1 game apiece. First team to win 4 games will win the match. Tori wants to know the standings after yesterday. You can find those on bowl.com. If you go to bowl.com, right under the graphic that shows the live streaming, there's a link that says results, and that has yesterday's results on it, as well as the individual results and the bracket, the first round of the bracket on there as well, so you can see who's bowling who in this first round. Still a lot of missed spares and splits going on out there. Very low scoring. LIU Brooklyn, they shot 149, 247, and now they're back to 149 pace again after 3 frames with a couple of easy spares that have been missed. See some comments about the bad spare shooting in the chat, and I agree. You can't afford to miss those easy spares. Sometimes you get into a situation where you start missing them, and it just, the old saying, when it rains, it pours. But you got to make your spares if you want to be competitive on any level of bowling, let alone collegiate bowling. 5 frames in the books between St. Francis and Adelphi here in Game 3. And it is a 9-pin lead for St. Francis. Valpo leading LIU Brooklyn after 4 frames by 11 pins. Adelphi with 3 strikes in a row now. St. Francis, New York with an open frame, so Adelphi starting to pull away here in Game 3. Looks like a 20-pin lead for Adelphi. Sorry, 30-pin lead for Adelphi after 7 frames. Chance to increase it here with another strike. And leaves the 7 pins, so they'll stick with that 30-pin lead. Good position to be in. Valpo just knocked out the 9-pin for a strike in the 6th. They lead by 2. Missed single pin in the 5th. Costs Valpo the extended lead. Nathan asked me if it's Baker style today. It is. Baker style all day today in this Baker match play bracket competition. That's a 22-pin lead for Adelphi with 2 frames to go. So St. Francis, New York, far left side of your screen, still with a chance to get there. strike in the ninth helps the cause. Makes it more likely that they can come from behind here. Valpo still leading by 4 with 3 frames to go here in game 3. Delphine with the spare in the ninth, maintaining a 20-pin lead now going into the 10th. Max score for St. Francis, New York, 193. The max score for Adelphi is 203. So if St. Francis doubles in the 10th, it forces Adelphi to double in the 10th. They got the first one. Puts a lot of pressure on Adelphi here. She's going to go ahead and go. If she doesn't strike on this shot, Adelphi can lose this match, or this game, I should say. And it is not a strike. It is a 4-5 split. And that is bad news for Adelphi. Let's say she gets 1 here. They'd shoot 180. And that means St. Francis needs count here, and the strike's a winner. Three strikes in a row down the stretch for St. Francis, New York. What a comeback. Valpo stringing together 3 strikes in a row. They're going to go up 2-1. She makes the split, and that keeps some hope alive, actually. Adelphi can strike on the fill for 191. St. Francis, New York needs 9 pins for the shutout, 9 pins to shoot 192. So this is not quite over yet. St. Francis, New York needs 9 pins for the shutout, far left side of your screen. There's 9. 192. They win by at least 1 pin. .192 to 191. St. Francis takes a 2-1 lead in the match. Valpo and LIU Brooklyn in the 10th frame right now. Valpo going to take a 2-1 lead in that match. It is best of 7, Jennifer, in the chat. Best of 7. First one to win 4 wins the match. 192 for Valpo that game. LIU Brooklyn, their max only 160 here in the 10th frame. .192 to 150, Valpo wins game 3. So it's 2-1 Valpo and 2-1 St. Francis, New York. St. Francis, New York starting with an early open here in game 4. They already trail by 11. Just getting started here with this 4th game. These two matches are moving very quickly. It's going to be probably a delay after they get done here, I would guess, unless one of these matches goes 7 games. There'll probably be a delay between the end of this round and the start of the next round on our featured pairs, because I see some pairs just starting game 3 and some just finishing game 2, actually. At least that's what it looks like from the color of the scoreboards. More open frames out there. St. Francis, New York, a couple of opens to start this game. Missed 2 easy spares. Streichel solved that problem. Valpo missed an easy spare in the first. You see how much those missed spares hurt you just by looking at the last game between St. Francis and Adelphi. 1-pin win for St. Francis. And I know that Adelphi had at least 1 open in there. Might have been a split, though. But any open really kills you in this format. It's just a 1-game match. 1 game to determine who gets the point, and then you need 4 points to win the match. Delphi still clean here. He's working in the 5th frame. St. Francis has rebounded with a double after the back-to-back opens. Valpo on the board with their first spare of this game after opening in the first. And NYU Brooklyn staring at a super washout. Apparently Maryland Eastern Shore is the front 11 in their match against Vandy. So they're trying to go for the 300 game. Not sure if they finished up yet or not. Looks like they're finishing game number 3 down there. I don't have a camera down there, it's a little far away, but our head official came over to alert me. I can see down there. Looks like Tania Falbo is up in the 10th for UMES on the fill, working on the front 11. That's my understanding. And they struck. Looks like a 300 game down there for Maryland Eastern Shore. Baker 300 for UMES. How about that? Wish it was on the live stream pair, though. Some accomplishment, though. Tough to get those Baker 300s. You got to get 5 players all working together to make it happen. Closing out the 6th frame between St. Francis and Adelphi. Open frame for Adelphi in the 6th. They still lead by 14 at this stage. Delphi had it open in the 7th. And St. Francis with a strike in the 8th has cut the deficit to 2 pins. It's almost a must-win game here for Adelphi. You don't want to fall behind 3-1 in a best-of-7 match. LIU once again likes that right lane. They threw a 3-bagger before leaving that 2-4. They've got a 27-pin lead on Valpo. A close finish here between Adelphi and St. Francis once again, it looks like. Hard to watch. Just really shoot yourself in the foot when you miss those single pins. Just can't afford it. And so that really gives Adelphi the leg up here down the stretch. There's a strike for Adelphi in the 9th. They're in good shape to even things up. Up by 14 going into the 10th. Well, if St. Francis can double here in the 10th, that would force Adelphi to mark, it looks like. Certainly looks like LIU Brooklyn's going to even it up with Valpo after Valpo opened for the 3rd time this game. Adelphi can lock it up with a strike here for sure, and it's a 10-pin. I've seen this before. Let's see what happens. It won't matter if St. Francis doesn't strike here, though. Left side of your screen, St. Francis needs a strike to keep their hopes alive here this game. Well, she gets the strike, and guess what? Pressure's back on Adelphi's anchor bowler to make a 10-pin in the 10th. She missed one last game to give St. Francis the win. Let's see what happens here. She makes this one. There we go. Adelphi still needs 7 pins for the shutout here. You notice St. Francis lets her go. Just enough. That could have been 6 pretty easy. 171 for Adelphi. And St. Francis, New York, 167. So it's 2-2. St. Francis and Adelphi. And we're about to be 2-2 in the other match as well. 211 for LIU Brooklyn. They really like that right lane. They're averaging about 230 on the right lane and about 150 on the left lane. It's a big difference. Valpo still has 2.5 frames to go. We are in game 5 between St. Francis and Adelphi, and now that we're tied 2-2, we've guaranteed ourselves at least 2 more games in that match, and probably 3. Chances are it'll go the distance, but you never know. Spare double start for St. Francis. Adelphi with a missed single pin in the second. It's a 22-pin lead for St. Francis already. Still a 21-pin lead for St. Francis. As we are closing out the 4th frame of game 5. Getting ready to start the next game here on the match between Valpo and LIU Brooklyn. It is all tied up, 2 games apiece. Both of our featured matches 2-2. I like when that happens, especially if there are other matches going on across the house, because it means we keep the bowling action going here on Bowl TV. If you want to see our upcoming live stream schedule, go to bowl.com/livestream. Next weekend, more NCAA bowling for you at the ITRC, the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Be sure to join us for that. St. Francis, New York with an open in the 5th and now a split in the 6th. So Adelphi a chance to narrow the gap here. Makes the spare in the 5th, so they've cut it down to 10. And if St. Francis misses the baby split here, Adelphi will have a chance to take the lead. Spare double start for Valpo. LIU Brooklyn double open to start this game. Well, after 6 frames, it is all even between St. Francis and Adelphi. So we bowled 4.5 games, and we haven't really made any progress here in this match. About as even as you can get. Even in terms of pinfall of this game, and even in terms of the match at 2-2. Valpo's gone spare 4-bagger. As they have opened up a decent lead here on LIU Brooklyn. .35-pin lead for Valpo at the halfway point of this game. Watching live coverage of the Kutztown Invitational here on Bowl TV. Match play, bracket in progress. I think the first team to get a double in that Adelphi-St. Francis game will probably win the game. And Adelphi has a chance for a double right here in the 8th frame. Up now, left side of your screen, working on a strike. It is the 8th frame. It is all even. They'll take a 10-pin lead with a strike here. And leaves the 4-pin. So if she makes it, we'll be tied going into the final 2 frames. 5-bagger for Valpo. As they continue to strike. There's a strike for St. Francis in the 9th. Looks like they're going to have to spot that single pin back up for Adelphi. She never got a chance to shoot at it. Valpo's string finally ended with a 6-10 in the 7th. Championship match will be coming up in the last round of the day. Guessing, depending on how quickly the matches go, that could be around noon or so. Well, I said I thought the first one to get a double in that match would probably win, and St. Francis doesn't mess around. They get up and throw the strike while Adelphi is waiting for that pin to be spotted. And now it puts a lot of pressure on Adelphi. Makes the spare, but Adelphi's going to have to throw a strike in the 9th and the first one in the 10th to hang in there. Both teams can still max at 204. But St. Francis already halfway there in terms of striking out this game because it's thrown strikes in the 9th and the first one in the 10th. Going to go ahead and give the win to Valpo here in Game 5. They're rolling along. Still have a couple of frames to go in that one, but huge shot here for Adelphi. Virtually a must-strike situation. They can still win if she doesn't strike, but it is really tough for it to happen. And it is a 4-pin. So now their max is 193. St. Francis, if they go 9 spare here to fill out the 10th, would shoot 193. So St. Francis can get the shutout with a strike right here, left side of your screen. Crossing over, and it goes for the strike. St. Francis will go up 3-2 in that match. Closing strong again. So we know who won Game 5 in both these matches. They're still finishing out, though. Valpo is going to go up 3-2, and St. Francis, New York will be ahead 3-2 in the best-of-7 match. Still closing out Game 5. Sorry, 203 to 183. St. Francis wins that game. Goes up 3-2. Update the tally for you there on the bottom of the screen. I know that Valpo is going to win here. They shoot 219. They're going to win 219 to 179. Sorry, 178. So Valpo up 3-2 and St. Francis, New York up 3-2. If those two teams win this game, they will win the match. So we start Game 6. So here we go with game number 6. St. Francis off to a good start with a strike. They win the match. Same for Valpo. Although the problem for Valpo is that LIU Brooklyn has loved that right lane. Lane 20 has been LIU's lane. LIU Brooklyn 247 and 211 on that right lane so far, and they start with a strike. Double for St. Francis. 3 in a row for St. Francis. Tons of pressure on Adelphi now. So they've started spare strike this game. They got to keep up with them here. Must-win game for Adelphi. And they do throw the double. Strikes are coming now. Valpo starts with a double. LIU strike and a 7-pin on the board. A 4-pin for St. Francis. Their string comes to an end, but they are still up by 9 pins. Adelphi can take a 1-pin lead if they strike on their next shot. Adelphi for a 1-pin lead. No. Leaves a 3-6. Spare for St. Francis. They lead by, looks like 11 pins. If both teams spare. Valpo has started with the front 3. Looks like they want to finish this thing off here. And a 5-pin lead for Valpo in the 4th. Spare for LIU Brooklyn in the 3rd. It's a 21-pin lead for Valpo. Oh, there's another strike for St. Francis. How about this game? Wow, high scoring. Spare, double, spare, strike for Adelphi. Strike, 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 spare, double for St. Francis. And there's another strike for Adelphi. So it is still an 11-pin lead for St. Francis here, 7th frame. High scoring match this time around. Crossing over. Leaves the 5-pin. Chance for Adelphi to take the, actually not take the lead, to tie the game. Valpo leading by 21 still against LIU Brooklyn with a strike in the 5th. Oh, look at the 4 go late for Adelphi as they tie it up. What a game for both these teams. Turning it up a notch here down the stretch. Double for LIU Brooklyn. As they cut that deficit from 21 down to 11. Adelphi can take a 10-pin lead with a strike here. Comes up light. Lucky to leave just the 2-pin on that shot. It wiggles it, but doesn't go down. And the result of the count there gives St. Francis the lead back by a pin if they strike on this shot. Working on a spare. Here we go. Needs to hook, and it's a washout. Oh, now it's turned into an 8-10. Oh, you really wish the head pin would have stayed up on that shot. No help there. The count helps, but it's not a makeable spare. That's the problem. Uh-oh. Missed single pin by Adelphi. And that means if St. Francis can get one of these 2 pins, it will be all tied up. She gets the 1, and we are tied at 175 apiece in the 8th frame. Fast action here. They are bullet quick. Big spare attempt here for Valpo in the 6th. Oh, it's an open frame. Goodness. 127 in the 6th for Valpo. pretty even with LIU Brooklyn. Strike for St. Francis in the ninth, that is. We're all tied up in the Valpo-LIU game. 5-pin stays up for Valpo in the 7th. Adelphi really needs the spare on the left side of your screen. Covers it up. We're still even heading into the 10th. St. Francis with a little bit of an edge working on a strike versus Adelphi working on a spare. LIU Brooklyn hanging in there. They are even in that game through the 7th. A split in the 10th for St. Francis. Means that Adelphi is going to need a mark in the 10th to win the game. And it may come down to count here. Big 10th frame for Adelphi, left side of your screen. And she breaks up the split. Wow. Almost left the split there, leaves just the 6. What a huge break for Adelphi. Got to get the 1 here if you're St. Francis. Got to get 1 pin. There's a strike for Valpo. She doesn't get any. And they shoot 201. It is now over, mathematically over this game. Adelphi wins and ties it up 3-3. .201 for St. Francis. Adelphi going to be in the 2 teens. So we're going to be tied at 3 games apiece in that one. Good game for both teams. Valpo, her 3rd 5-pin of the game. This one's a very close game as well here. Valpo trying to close out the match. Just about even here in the closing stages of game 6. 213-201. Adelphi wins game 6. They'll start game 7 next. LIU Brooklyn needs a strike here in the 9th to maintain the count, to keep the game even, and they do get it. And they will have a slight advantage going into the 10th, working on the strike versus Valpo working on a spare. Both teams 167 in the 8th frame. Starting game 7 on the left side of your screen. Big shot here for Valpo, 10th frame. Needs the 2-pin. If LIU Brooklyn throws a strike here, far right side of your screen, they win this game and extend the match. There's a strike, and we're going to a game 7 in both matches. Pretty exciting matches here. Spread the word, Facebook, Twitter, let everybody know you're watching live bowling here on Bowl TV. It's good stuff. We should have more than the number of people we have watching. So help us spread the word. Adelphi trying to start with a double, misses the head pin to the right. LIU Brooklyn, they've won every game on the right lane in that match. They love that right lane. Unfortunately for them, they got to bowl the last game on the left lane. They're averaging almost 230 on the right lane and about 160 on the left lane. St. Francis trying to get a double. Spare strike start. There's a double, so spare double to start this game for St. Francis. Adelphi strike, and now facing the spare you see here. It is the 1-2-4-8. Covers it up. 10-pin lead for St. Francis after 2.5 frames. Three in a row for St. Francis. They extend the lead to 20. .224 for LIU Brooklyn, 224-206 win. As they will get geared up for game number 7. These are deciding games now. 4 in a row for St. Francis. And Adelphi is in a lot of trouble right now. Spare 4-bagger for St. Francis. And they are in cruise control here in game 7. Adelphi strike, spare, 7 counts, a 37 in the second for them. And facing a difficult 3-6-9 spare. Got 2 more rounds of matches coming up after this one. The higher ranked team, higher seeded teams will be coming into the featured pairs in the next coming rounds. So stay tuned for that. Don't go anywhere. Got a few more hours of coverage for you here from Reading, Pennsylvania. I'm Lucas Wiseman. We're at the Kutztown Invitational at Heaster Lanes. St. Francis, far left side of your screen, trying to keep the string going. Misses the headpin to the right, leaves the 1-2 on the 5-bagger. But the damage has been done to Adelphi with that 5-bagger. Adelphi really has to get something going. They're only in the 3rd frame right now. St. Francis already in the 7th. Covers up the spare, but Adelphi needs strikes at this point to mount a comeback. There's a strike for Adelphi, something to build on here in the 4th. Crossing over for the strike is St. Francis in the 8th. Valpo started with an open LIU Brooklyn strike spare start. Adelphi, 5th frame. Desperately needing a double on the left side of your screen here. Leaves the 2-pin. St. Francis is on the verge of locking it up already. 9th frame strike for them. 4 frames ahead of Adelphi, and it looks like St. Francis is probably going to win this one here. Max score for Adelphi at this stage, as they wrap up the 5th, is only 247. St. Francis with a 9 spare strike in the 10th would shoot 247. So if St. Francis throws a strike here, they get the shutout. For sure. See what happens. Left side of your screen. Oh, it's a washout. Adelphi's going to have a chance, but they need a lot of strikes in the back half of this game. A lot of strikes. LIU with the spare in the 3rd. They lead by 8 pins over Valpo here in this deciding Game 7. Good strike there for Valpo in the third. 10-pin lead for Adelphi. And I believe if she makes the washout here, it's a shutout. Covers it up. That's going to put them in the 240s. Adelphi can only get in the 230s. So St. Francis will win the match. And if there was any doubt, there's none now. So Adelphi misses the single pin. So St. Francis wins the match 4-3. Hard-fought match. Got off to a slow start, but really picked up. Got pretty interesting. LIU Brooklyn with a strike. Valpo's put a double on the board. So Valpo with a 2-pin lead after 4 frames here in this 7th game. .242 for St. Francis. What a final game for them. They're easily their best game of the day. Adelphi just closing it out. Since that one is mathematically over, let's go full screen here to Valpo and LIU Brooklyn. St. Francis wins the match 4-3 over Adelphi. This one is tied 3 games apiece. Valpo had 3 in a row before that 6 count. Valpo leading by 8 if she makes the spare. It's 2 strikes this game for LIU Brooklyn's leadoff bowler. Striking the first and the 6th from the lefty. Spare's good for Valpo. Let's see where we stand here. Still an 8-pin lead for Valpo after 6 frames. Looks like a split, a 6-8-10 for Valpo in the 7th. That's going to potentially give the lead to LIU Brooklyn here. It was already a single pin lead for Valpo. Let's see if LIU can make the spare here. And they do. So spare in the 7th for LIU Brooklyn. They trail by 5, but Valpo has to make that spare there to maintain their 5-pin lead. It's makeable, but it isn't open, and LIU Brooklyn takes the lead here by 6 pins with 3 frames to go. A 6-pin lead with 3 frames to go. Well, a 6 count will drop that lead to 3. 1, 2, 4, 7. Good shot by Valpo, leaves the 10-pin in the 8th. Sorry, it is now a 2-pin lead for LIU Brooklyn. A 2-pin lead. 133 to 131 in the 7th. LIU trying to cover up the rail here. And does make it. Can be a tough one to make sometimes. She does cover it up. Holding on to that 2-pin lead. Valpo with the spare in the 8th, so 2 frames to go. 2 pins separating these two teams in this game 7, tied at 3 games apiece. Valpo's going to go first here in the 9th, trailing by 2. Lucky to break it up, leave just the 6. Let's see what LIU Brooklyn's got here. They're taking their time. Count's important here. If she gets 7 on this first ball, we'd be tied. And she gets 8. So they still lead by 1 if both teams make their spares here in the 9th. Valpo gets the job done on their side. Let's see if LIU Brooklyn can get the job done on their side here. A spare for LIU means they have a 1-pin lead entering the 10th frame. If they miss it, they will trail by 10 going into the final frame. Oh no! Misses it to the left. Sends the 6 into the gutter and leaves the 10 standing. It is now a 10-pin lead for Valpo. Valpo in the driver's seat here. Whoa, with a crossover strike. Wow. We'll have a little salt in that wound for LIU Brooklyn, with the Brooklyn of their own. LIU, faint hope, has to strike out to have any chance. And it is over. Virtually over now at this stage. Valpo needs 1 pin on 2 shots for the shutout. So it looks like Valpo's going to win 4-3 in a hard-fought match here. Double in the 10th for Valpo. So a 4-3 win for Valpo. LIU Brooklyn averaging about 230 on the right lane and about 165 on the left lane. If LIU Brooklyn had started the match on the right lane, they might have won this match. 197 to 180 your final score here in Game 7. Valpo takes it 4-3. Got another round of matches coming up for you here in a few minutes. I see a couple of squads are still finishing this round. Nothing close enough that we can show you. But hang in there. We will have another round of matches coming up probably, I would say, within 10 or 15 minutes or so. We'll let you know when we're going to get started with practice for the next round. Championship match will be coming up probably around 12:30, somewhere in there, Eastern time. So be sure to be on the lookout for that as well. So we'll be back in a few minutes, waiting the start of the next round here at the Kutztown Invitational.
Wrong turn cup. I just go for the ride. That's all I do. He actually still signs pictures. He's at the Belmont every year. Right. $100 you can have a picture of him on secretary. He writes, "Don't look back, wrong turn cup." Because he could make a living. Still can't remember what year the car was. That's like if I was standing back here, was drinking Starbucks. They were in our local paper. They had facts about coffee. They said Starbucks got its name from the first mate in Captain Ahab over there. That was the first mate's name is Starbucks, and the company liked that. They named it.
Looks like there's one match still finishing up. Norfolk State and Wisconsin Whitewater. Looks like they're finishing up Game 7 right now, so it shouldn't be too long before we get started with practice for the next round. Based purely on reactions, it looks like Norfolk State is winning. Thea Spears down there going crazy. Norfolk State. But our next round should get started here in just the next couple of minutes with practice. They'll get 10 minutes of practice before the start of the next round. Looks like they might have St. Francis, PA, and Kutztown, Sacred Heart, and not sure who the other team will be. The other team might be the loser of that match down there. Yeah, it is the loser of that Norfolk State Wisconsin Whitewater match that will be coming to our featured pairs.
All yours.
So it looks like our last match is finished up. And they'll probably give them a minute or two here to move to their next lane. I think we'll be making an announcement here shortly.
Okay, ladies, spectators, that's the first round completion. In about 5, I'll make another announcement to start our practice for the next session. In the meantime, there is a black calculator that is left back.
5 minutes until they start practice is what he said.
I'll announce practice starting in about 5 minutes.
So practice will start in 5 minutes. So there'll be a 10-minute practice session. So we are about 15 minutes from the start for score of the next round. So we should start practice at about 10:15. So hang around, don't go anywhere.
If coaches could give the officials the score sheet, we'll come right back to you. Just doing an update to practice for everybody. So please give your score sheet to the officials. We'll have it ready. indicated in a few minutes, some of the Kutztown fundraising is going to be selling more tickets. There's some bowling balls and shirts available. We'll have the giveaways up here at the counter if you want to take a look at it. Okay, if everybody make their way to their next period, please pick one lane for your first 5 minutes of practice. I'll announce you when you have to switch your lanes. please change to your other lane for your last 5 minutes of practice. Kevin, call the counter where you're at. Call the counter on the phone, please.
stay down here, though? I mean, am I allowed to stay on this side of the steps?
Officials make sure every player's on first ball cycle. Every pair but 21 and 22. Pair of 21 and 22 is starting to score. Good luck.
They're moving.
Ready to get started here with our next round of matches. Got Sacred Heart versus Wisconsin Whitewater on the left side of your screen. Right side of your screen is going to be Kutztown and St. Francis, PA. Format remains the same. We've got best of 7 match. So we move along with bracket play. The way the bracket works in NCAA tournaments is every team participates in the bracket, but only the top 4 teams coming into today have a chance to win the tournament. And I believe that now it's down to 3 teams that have a chance to win. Vanderbilt beat Maryland Eastern Shore, so Vandy is in the title match. And Maryland Eastern Shore is bowling Norfolk State for the other spot in the championship match. And these matches are just to eventually determine the final finishing position in the tournament. Championship will be coming up after this round. Again, it'll be Vanderbilt versus either Maryland Eastern Shore or Norfolk State. That's who we're expecting to see in the championship match coming up in the next round. Probably an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes from now, so somewhere around noon. 12:15, somewhere in that vicinity, is when our championship match will get started. Few opens already. 3 of the 4 teams have already had an open to start this game. As we get underway with the first game of this match. Again, best of 7. The first team to win 4 games will win the match. Splits out there. Missed spares so far early on. After 3 frames, Sacred Heart, Wisconsin Whitewater. Sacred Heart leading by 9 pins. 9-pin lead for Sacred Heart. Both teams with opens in the third. Kutztown leading St. Francis by a couple of marks here, although split. Actually leading by just 1 mark at this point, but could be evened up here with that split on the board for Kutztown. Gavin just tweeted at me a few minutes ago. Wanted to say hi and said that doing a great job on Bowl TV. Thanks for watching, Gavin. Thanks for the tweet. Much appreciated. And I tell you what, Gavin, since you were nice enough to tweet at me, I'm going to follow you. How about that? If you want to tweet at me, at Lucas_Wiseman. That's where you can find me, at Lucas_Wiseman. Or if you go to lucaswiseman.com, you can find my link to my Facebook and my Twitter, lucaswiseman.com. Both teams with doubles in the Sacred Heart Whitewater match. But Sacred Heart still leading by 9 pins. Got St. Francis with a 1-pin lead on Kutztown. Early stages of game 1. Greg wants to know how Vandy's a lock for the finals already and not Maryland Eastern Shore. It's because I believe that Vandy beat Maryland Eastern Shore in that last match. First match of the day. Looks like Vandy beat UMES. Yeah, Mop tweeting at me. Cheering for Sacred Heart. Aaron sends me a tweet, wants to know who I think is going to be bowling for the championship. And hard to say. We know Vandy's going to be in there, and it's going to be either Maryland Eastern Shore or Norfolk State. And Norfolk State and Maryland Eastern Shore up to my left, and Norfolk State with an early lead. So it could go either way on that one. Norfolk has bowled well this week, and Maryland Eastern Shore, of course, has bowled amazing. So it's a matter of whether UMES can overcome that loss in the first round this morning. .30-pin lead for Sacred Heart as they're working in the 8th frame in that match. And we've got a 2-pin lead for St. Francis against Kutztown, working in the 7th frame. The bracket for NCAA events is a little strange. And so it's a little bit of a complicated bracket to explain, but just trust me. Pretty sure I'm right. 3 strikes in a row for Whitewater. So trying to claw their way back into that one. They've cut it down to a 9-pin deficit heading into the 10th. So Whitewater's still hanging on there with a chance to still win this game. It's going to come down to the 10th frame here in this match between Whitewater and Sacred Heart in the opening game. Whitewater a chance to take the lead with a strike, and they do. They can max at 223. Sacred Heart can max at 222. St. Francis still leads by 2 against Kutztown. Jackie Carbonetto for Sacred Heart must strike here. Good shot. Coming down to the final frame here. If Whitewater goes 9 spare here, they would shoot 212. And if Sacred Heart fills 10, they would go 212. So that means that Carbonetto needs a strike on this shot to win outright. Otherwise, we could have a tie. Kutztown just took the lead by 8. Left side of your screen, Sacred Heart, Jackie Carbonetto must strike to win the game. Otherwise, we could have a tie. She got it. Strike for Sacred Heart. Carbonetto gets it done. Sacred Heart's going to go up 1-0 on Wisconsin Whitewater. Split in the 10th for St. Francis. Looks like Kutztown is going to win this game. So it looks like Kutztown will go up 1-0. Sacred Heart going to lead 1-0. Sacred Heart wins 222 to 212 in game 1. Person with the tweet at me, shout out to Corrine and the SHU bowling team. Good luck. There you go, there's your shout out. 184-165, Kutztown takes game 1. Watching our live coverage of the Kutztown Invitational here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman with you as we get started with game 2 in our second round of matches. You can see on the screen Sacred Heart leading 1-0 on Wisconsin Whitewater, and Kutztown leading 1-0 on St. Francis. Norfolk State going to take the first game against Maryland Eastern Shore. It's off to our left. Keep you posted on that one. Whitewater with an open in the second. So they have fallen behind by just a little bit here in game 2 against Sacred Heart. Still very early on, though, in this second game. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Live coverage here brought to you by the USBC, United States Bowling Congress. Your membership dollars at work for you here today. We're able to bring you great bowling coverage from across the country, thanks to you being a USBC member. So if you're not a USBC member, please join today. You can join on bowl.com. Nine-pin lead for Sacred Heart after 2.5 frames. St. Francis with a double. Spare double start this game for them. Trying to even the score up here. Down 1-0 against Kutztown. If you want to know what the bracket looks like, it's not updated after that first round this morning, but you can find it on bowl.com if you look at the results link. It's the same link as yesterday for the results, but go to bowl.com right under the live stream graphic. You'll see the link to the results, and it has the bracket underneath there. Give you an idea of what it looks like. In case you're curious to know what this format's all about. It's a very unique bracket. I don't know that there's any other bowling event that has a bracket like this, like the NCAA has. The bracket's built to give every team 3 guaranteed matches on the final day. Whitewater has put together a double. Stepping up on the approach now on the left side of your screen. This is the 8th frame. Nice strike again. Sacred Heart's only bowled 5 frames so far. They're clean, but no doubles. Whitewater had a couple of opens early in this game. So this match is pretty even at this point. Sacred Heart working on a strike, though, and misses headpin to the right. Kutztown's put a double on the board, 4th and 5th frames. They're trying to rally from an early deficit against SFU. A little dyslexia there, huh? Whitewater stringing together 4 strikes in a row. Opening up a little bit of a lead on Sacred Heart. Now an open frame for Sacred Heart, so things getting more difficult for them, even though they have 4 frames left. They're going to have to string some strikes together to have a chance to win this one. 10-pin lead for Whitewater in the 10th. Looks like Whitewater might win this one, unless Sacred Heart could start stringing some strikes. It's about a 15-pin lead for St. Francis against Kutztown this game. Whitewater is going to shoot .205 this game with a strike on the fill. Sacred Heart can still strike out for .213, so they pretty much need to go off the sheet in the 8th, 9th, and 10th. .201 for Whitewater. And Sacred Heart does not get the strike in the 8th. And let's see what that does. I think they still have a slight chance to get there. And they need to make the spare and strike out in the 9th and the 10th to win by 1. Otherwise, we'll be tied at 1 game apiece. Big shot coming up here for Kutztown on the right side of your screen. That's a double. Strike for Sacred Heart. They're still in it. They need 3 in the 10th to win by 1. See what the situation here in the other match is. Kutztown, if they make the spare here, max score 209. And St. Francis already in the 2 teens. Doesn't matter. St. Francis has already won this game. It's going to be 1-1. Carbonetto, left side of your screen, must strike situation. Through the face, leaves the 3-6, and that one is going to be tied up at 1 game apiece. Just finishing out game 2. 201 to 179, Whitewater wins game 2. Kutztown still finishing out the 10th. .194 for Kutztown. St. Francis had 215. I can tell you the winners in the first round. Let's go through these matches from round 1. Vandy defeated Maryland Eastern Shore. Norfolk State defeated Whitewater. Sacred Heart defeated St. Francis, PA. Kutztown defeated Monmouth. Stephen F. Austin defeated Fairleigh Dickinson. St. Francis, New York defeated Adelphi. Valpo defeated LIU Brooklyn. Delaware State defeated New Jersey City. Bethune-Cookman defeated North Carolina Central. St. Peter's defeated FAMU. Southern defeated Howard. Coppin State, they beat MSU. Cheney defeats Madai. And Penn State Altoona beats Salem International. So Vanderbilt is locked into the championship match. The winner of the Maryland Eastern Shore Norfolk State match will join them and bowl for the title. Quickly here, a lot of strikes being thrown in the Sacred Heart Wisconsin Whitewater match while I was reading off those first round results. 5 out of 6 strikes to start this game. Sacred Heart front 3, Whitewater spare double. Another strike for Sacred Heart, so front 4 for them. Norfolk State leads Maryland Eastern Shore by almost 30 pins with 2.5 frames to go in game 2. Norfolk State leading UMES 1-0 in the match. Another strike for Whitewater. Spare 3-bagger for them. They trail by 10. 5th frame, Carbonetto up for Sacred Heart. Looking for the front 5. And a 4-pin. Whitewater trying to keep it going. And their string of strikes ends as well on the 5th frame. Gonna have to make a score correction. They were 9 on that. Official quick on it, on top of things down there. Both teams spare in the Sacred Heart Whitewater match in the 5th frame. Sacred Heart still hanging on to an 11-pin lead halfway through game number 3. SFU with the double. As they take an 11-pin lead on Kutztown this game. Championship match will be coming up in the next round. It'll be Vanderbilt versus either Maryland Eastern Shore or Norfolk State. SFU with 3 strikes in a row. Strike open 3-bagger for the Red Flash. Now off to our left, Thea Spears for Norfolk State just made the 9-10 split in the 10th frame to shut out Maryland Eastern Shore and take a 2-0 lead. St. Francis with a 4-bagger now. They are rolling here. Got it going on this game. There's a strike for Kutztown, though. Whitewater missed an makeable spare in the 6th, and now a split in the 7th. Sacred Heart was up 21 pins before that split, so Sacred Heart up by more than 30 at this point if they can get a mark here in the 8th, or a strike here would push them up by 40. There's a double. Sacred Heart looks like they're on their way to the win here in this 3rd game. Watching live coverage of the Kutztown Invitational here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman with you. Final day coverage of this event. One more round to go after this one. Championship match coming up probably in about an hour, hour and a half or so, depending on how quickly this round concludes. Sacred Heart looking for the knockout punch here in game 3, and they've got it. 3 in a row, and they are in good shape to win this 3rd game and go up 2-1. Crossover strike for Whitewater. Just not enough this game for them. Kutztown shooting the 4-6 split. And it is an open frame in the 6th as they trail by 41 pins with 3.5 frames to go. Carbonetto with a strike in the 10th for Sacred Heart. That locks up the win. So Sacred Heart going to go up 2-1. St. Francis with a split in the 8th. They can afford a little bit of a mistake, but not much. Kutztown needs some strikes, though. This is the 7th frame. And a split for them as well, so looking pretty good now for SFU. Final shot of this game for Sacred Heart, and they shoot 251, so great game for them. Whitewater closing out the 10th frame in the third game. Makes the baby split. St. Francis still leading by about 40 pins down the stretch here of this third game. Final score in game 3, Sacred Heart 251, Wisconsin Whitewater 199. Sacred Heart leads 2-1 as we start game 4. Again, best of 7 match. Open frame for Kutztown in the 8th. And that one is mathematically over. It's going to be a 2-1 lead for St. Francis. Maryland Eastern Shore trailing 2-0 in the match against Norfolk State. Has started with the front 3. That match is off to our left. We'll see those teams in the next round. We've started game 4 between Sacred Heart and Wisconsin Whitewater. Still finishing that third game between SFU and Kutztown. It's a blowout win this game for SFU. (209-131) final score. St. Francis wins game 3 against Kutztown. So they're up 2-1 in that match. So both of our matches have started game 4. I see that Maryland Eastern Shore is the front 5 off to our left. early stages of Game 4. You can see the match tallies on your screen. Maryland Eastern Shore front 6 off to our left. And they just missed. Megan Buja missed in the 7th for UMES. So their string comes to an end. But it looks like they might win a game against Norfolk State. Cut that deficit 2-1. Two-pin lead for Wisconsin Whitewater after 3.5 frames. Although if Sacred Heart's Nicole Trudell strikes here in the 4th, they will take the lead by 8. And she does, so Sacred Heart snatches the lead by 8 pins. And Whitewater takes the lead right back with a double. Another strike for Sacred Heart as they take back their lead. They lead by 8 after 5 frames here in game number 4. Both teams in that match get 7 on the string of strikes, so still an 8-pin lead for Sacred Heart as they are cruising along in that match, moving pretty quick. 3 frames in the St. Francis Kutztown match, and 1-pin lead for Kutztown. Sacred Heart manages to make their spare. Whitewater missed theirs. So now a 22-pin lead for Sacred Heart. State wants to know what bracket round are they in. This is the second round of bracket play. Next round will be the final round. It'll have our championship match, Vanderbilt versus either Maryland Eastern Shore or Norfolk State. St. Francis with a double. Kutztown working on 3 in a row. It's an 11-pin lead for Kutztown after 5 frames. Another strike for Kutztown. Golden Bears with a 4-bagger. Kutztown now up by 24 pins. 20-pin lead for Sacred Heart against Whitewater, as they're coming to a close here in Game 4. So Sacred Heart looking to take a 3-1 lead on Whitewater. Strike for St. Francis. Bucket lead for Kutztown ends their string of strikes. Still a 20-pin lead for Kutztown if they can make the bucket. And they do make the bucket, so maintaining that 20-pin lead with 3 frames to go. Still a 20-pin lead for Sacred Heart with a frame and a half to go in that match. Nicole Trudell up on the left lane, crossing over and carrying the Brooklyn for the strike. Greek Church for St. Francis. 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. And it looks like Kutztown's going to be in great shape to even that one up. Whitewater misses the head pin to the right there, Kelly Swiffelhofer. So it looks like Sacred Heart will win this game and go up 3-1. Stone Cold 8-pin for Jackie Carbonetto in the 10th, but it doesn't matter. They've already locked up this win. State wants to know if I can explain the bracket. If you look at it, you'd understand how it's hard to explain. If you go to bowl.com, you'll see the link to the results from yesterday. It has the bracket at the very end of that PDF. You can check it out and look for yourself. It's a bracket that allows every team the chance to compete and get 3 matches in today, which is the most important thing for NCAA, but it also accomplishes the goal of crowning a champion. So check it out. (212-189). Sacred Heart wins game number 4. So a 3-1 lead for Sacred Heart, which means that Wisconsin Whitewater, if they got to win the match, has to win the next 3 games in a row. Still closing out game 4 between St. Francis and Kutztown. It's going to be a win for Kutztown. .168 for St. Francis. Kutztown going to be in the 200s this game. Alberto asking if I played college bowling myself. I did not. I went to the University of South Florida in Tampa, and they did not have a bowling team when I went there. I did bowl in high school, though. I bowled in high school. One of the helped found the high school team at my school. back in the 1990s, a long time ago. .211-168, the final score in the Kutztown win in game number 4. So it's 2-2 in that one. Sacred Heart leading Wisconsin Whitewater 3-1. So if Sacred Heart wins this game, they win the match. State asking if Vandy is practicing this round on a buffer pair to stay loose. Not quite. They're bowling the last place team, Salem International, so it's kind of like a scrimmage almost, because that's not going to be a very close match, but Vandy is bowling a match this round. They bowled the loser of the last match in the bracket. Wisconsin Whitewater spare double, and now the 4-7 spare up in the 4th for them. Sacred Heart spare double as well. See if they can continue their string, and they do. Trudell with a strike in the 4th. Kutztown has started with a double this game. St. Francis with a spare. And state that State College, that bracket is easy to understand once you see it. It's a little hard to explain without seeing it, though. That's why I encourage you to take a look at it. Sacred Heart trying to get on another roll here. Spare 3-bagger, Jackie Carbonetto looking for another one for the team, and she's got it. 4 strikes in a row, and Whitewater's in some big trouble here, down 3-1 in the match. Kutztown with the open in the 3rd after the double. So they will fall behind a little bit. Another strike for Sacred Heart. That's 5 in a row. Whitewater's bowling pretty good this game, but it's starting to slip away a little bit. Maryland Eastern Shore off to the left of us has the front 6 again this game. They did that last game as well. Whitewater leaves the 6 pin in the 6th. Things just slipping away from them here very quickly. Eight-pin leave for Sacred Heart. Front 7 for Maryland Eastern Shore off to our left, but Norfolk State's gone front three, spare doubles, so they're hanging right in there with them. We'll keep you posted on that match. Carolyn asking if the championship match will be on featured pairs. Yes, it will be. We'll have the championship match and the match for third and fourth on the featured pairs for the last round. .31-pin lead for Sacred Heart against Whitewater with 3.5 frames to go. Watching live coverage of the Kutztown Invitational here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman with you. Our second round of bracket play in progress. Sacred Heart leading 3-1 on Wisconsin Whitewater. Kutztown and St. Francis tied at 2 apiece. And Sacred Heart looking like they're on the verge of winning the match 4-1 if things continue the way they have this game for them. Kutztown leading in this game, actually trailing by 13 pins. Front 8 for Maryland Eastern Shore off to our left. .35-pin lead for Sacred Heart against Whitewater. St. Francis leading Kutztown by 12 after 6 frames in Game 5. Maryland Eastern Shore had the front 8, and then Angie Ramirez left the 3-5 in the 9th. Strike for Sacred Heart, and they are on their way to a match victory. St. Francis with the spare in the 7th. They lead by 12 with 3 frames to go. Sacred Heart has locked up the win. They're going to win 4-1 in that match. Final shots coming up in the Sacred Heart Whitewater match. Probably might put in some subs here for these final balls. Maybe not. Looks like Sacred Heart will, but Whitewater will not. Open frame for Kutztown in the 8th. .236 for Sacred Heart. And 221 for Wisconsin Whitewater. So we'll take it full screen. Kutztown and St. Francis. A 23-pin lead for St. Francis with a frame and a half to go. This is the 9th frame for them. Put a strike on the board. Kutztown can strike out for 204. That would force St. Francis to mark in the 10th. But now it is over, and St. Francis will take a 3-2 lead. Maryland Eastern Shore and Norfolk State are now tied at 2 games apiece. Maryland Eastern Shore won 277 to 235. Finishing up this game here. It's going to be a win for St. Francis this game. They're going to go up 3-2 in this match. Final shot coming up here for St. Francis. .212-184. 212-184 final score. St. Francis goes up by a tally of 3-2. Bonus coverage. Maryland Eastern Shore 2, Norfolk State 2. Got kind of a wide look at it here. They have just started game 5. This is the second frame, Norfolk State trailing by 11. The winner will go into the championship match. Joey asking if Sacred Heart can get the third. Yes, I believe they can if they win their next match. Eastern Shore with a double. They take a 21-pin lead. St. Francis leading this one 3-2. So we have started game number 6. If St. Francis wins this game, they will win the match. If Kutztown wins, we'll have a game 7. Aaron wants to know what place Kutztown can take. And I think the best that Kutztown can finish is probably 5th. I'm not 100% sure on that. If I'm reading the bracket right, I think they can finish 5th if they win this match and then win their next match. Andrew Ramirez getting ready to come into the picture here for Maryland Eastern Shore, working on a double 4th frame. And turns it into a 3-bagger. Maryland Eastern Shore is up by 30 pins or so on Norfolk State in game 5. Norfolk State just threw a 3rd consecutive strike though, so it's I was wrong on the tally. It's 11-pin lead for Eastern Shore after 4 frames. Striking the second for Kutztown. They lead by 1. Nia Falvo getting ready to come into the picture on the left side of your screen for Maryland Eastern Shore, looking for a 4th consecutive strike. There she is. And it's a split big 4. A couple of single pin leaves here in this match. Kutztown still leading by a couple of pins. Thea Spears for Norfolk State leaves the very makeable 3-6-10. And that match should be pretty even after 5 frames. Open frame for Eastern Shore. Be about a 4-pin lead for Norfolk State if Thea makes the spare. Let's flip back over and watch Thea here. And she does cover it up, so Norfolk State takes a 4-pin lead on Eastern Shore here halfway through game 5. Fourth frame for Kutztown. They leave the 4-7. They still lead by 2. St. Francis leads the match 3-2 though. There's a strike, a double for Maryland Eastern Shore. Take the lead back. They now lead by 7. Spare in the 6th for Norfolk State. Strike for Kutztown in the 5th. They still lead by 2 in this game. Maryland Eastern Shore looking for a 3rd consecutive strike here. And they've got it. That lead jumps up to 23 now. 23-pin lead for UMES. Norfolk State, 7th frame. Match tied 2 games apiece. Bonus coverage of this match. Strike. Big shot here for St. Francis. They can take the lead with a strike here in the 6th. Instead, it is a split, exact opposite of the best case scenario there, the 6-7 split. And instead of taking the lead, they're going to fall further behind, it appears. Open frame in the 6th. Kutztown leading by 14 now if they get a spare in the 6th. Norfolk State looking for a double 8th frame. Looks good. Oh, look at the 4 go out. That is a double, and they cut the deficit down to 13 heading into the 9th and 10th frames. Watching live coverage of the Kutztown Invitational here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman with you from Heaster Lanes in Reading, Pennsylvania. Andrew Ramirez, UMES, paralyzes that 5-pin for the strike. 4-bagger for them, and they look like they're on target to win this game. Strike for SFU. Back over to Norfolk State, big 4. It looks like Maryland Eastern Shore will take that game and go up 3-2 in that match. Spare attempt here for Kutztown, leading by 14 if she makes the spare. No problem, gets it done. Big shot here for St. Francis. They get the double. Big reaction. Back-to-back strikes for St. Francis as they have pulled to within 4 pin. Seventh frame for Kutztown. Strike for the Bears. Falbo closing out the win here in Game 5 for Maryland Eastern Shore. They'll lead 3-2 in that match. Another strike for St. Francis. They take the lead. St. Francis wins this match. It's over. They will win it 4-2. Kutztown trying to stay alive. Thea Spears, anchor bowler for Norfolk State, leaves the split in the 10th. Doesn't matter. They had already lost this game. Kutztown looking for a double. Leaves the 3-5-6 here in the 8th, and they are in some trouble now. 10th frame for St. Francis. They can strike out for 224. Best that Kutztown can do is 218, so a double in the 10th here would lock it up. Instead, it's a split. A split in the 10th for St. Francis, and Kutztown has some hope. Spare is good for KU. See what they need to do here in the final couple of frames after this shot from St. Francis. It's makeable split, but it is an open frame. They shoot 189. KU needs to stay clean with good count these last two frames here. They go 9 spare, 9 spare, 9. They shoot in the 190s. No, the 10 goes. Look at that. That'll remove any doubt of a missed spare. They need a mark in the 10th frame. Any sort of mark would be enough. That would even it up at 3-3. Any kind of mark with just a small amount of count. A strike, they don't even need the count. But a mark to win the game and force a game 7. And she strikes. That'll force the game 7. So we will have a game 7 in the KU versus St. Francis match. And we're about to start game 6 between Maryland Eastern Shore and Norfolk State. Norfolk State on the left lane, Maryland Eastern Shore on the right lane. As we get started with game 6 in that match, Maryland Eastern Shore leading 3-2. So we're in game 6 between Maryland Eastern Shore and Norfolk State. UMES leading 3-2. Norfolk State won the first 2 games in this match, and Maryland Eastern Shore has come back to win the next 3. Missed 10-pin by UMES, though, in the 3rd. By the way, the final score in that other match, Kutztown 217, St. Francis 189, as they get started with game 7 here momentarily. Single pin leave there for Norfolk State. All tied up if she makes the spare after 3 frames. Fourth frame, Maryland Eastern Shore. Just getting started in our game 7, St. Francis and Kutztown. Strike for St. Francis in the second. Both teams started with a spare. Norfolk State has a slight lead here with the spare. 1 mark advantage. Norfolk State with the spare. They lead by 9 pins. Seven, sorry, 10-pin lead for Fallow in the 5th. St. Francis just threw a strike for a double. Another strike for St. Francis. That is 3 in a row. Deciding game 7 here. And St. Francis is off to a good start. Kutztown with a strike in the 3rd after starting with a couple of spares. Down by 23 is Kutztown. St. Francis working a frame ahead here. 5th frame for them. Kutztown's only bowled 3 frames. Looks good. Another strike for St. Francis. Back to back to back to back. The other match still an 8-pin lead for Norfolk State after 5 frames. Big shot here for Kutztown. And the split breaks up, but leaves the 7. And St. Francis wasted no time in getting up and throwing another strike. She wasn't even off the approach before she threw that shot. Strike for Maryland Eastern Shore. KU with the spare in the 4th, but they are falling behind very quickly here. Seventh frame for UMES. They trail by 5, but can take a lead with a strike here. Let's go back over quickly to the other game. And it's another strike for St. Francis and a strike for UMES for the double and a lead change. St. Francis with 6 strikes in a row. They are rolling, cruising here in Game 7. They might be on their way to the win. And now a split for Kutztown, and it's big trouble for KU. Maryland Eastern Shore working on a double, leading by 5 pins. They missed the head pin to the right on that shot. There's the open by Kutztown in the 5th. 84 in the 5th for them, and you've got 84 in the 5th, and your opponent has spare 6-bagger. That is not a good combination in a 7th and deciding game. Norfolk State with a strike in the 7th as they try to get something going. Another strike coming here. Yes! 7 in a row, and how about the celebration? Wow, good stuff. Kutztown just has no answer for the string of strikes by St. Francis. Norfolk State looking for the double. They get it. Back over to St. Francis. It continues the string. 8 consecutive strikes. What a performance in this deciding Game 7. Go over to Maryland Eastern Shore in the 9th. Norfolk State has thrown a double to take an 8-pin lead. 9th frame of game number 6 in this one. If Maryland Eastern Shore wins this game, they win the match and move into the championship match. Crossing over for the strike is Ramirez. 10th frame time. Can St. Francis keep it going? No, 2-4-5, but they're going to win the match. So St. Francis wins the match 4-3 over host Kutztown. That was a good one for St. Francis. Going to shoot a game in the 260s. She makes that spare. So, interesting stuff going on here. Norfolk State has left the 6-10 in the 9th. If they make it, they are up by 6 pins going into the 10th. But here's the kicker. Maryland Eastern Shore working on a strike in the 9th frame. Great matches going on here at the Kutztown Invitational. Exciting stuff. Spares good from Norfolk State. We enter the 10th frame. Norfolk leading by 6. But Eastern Shore working on a strike. If Maryland Eastern Shore wins this game, they win the match and will bowl Vanderbilt for the title. I promise you that Maryland Eastern Shore wants to finish this thing right now. It's Tania Falbo, 10th frame. A double in the 10th, and Eastern Shore will be in the championship match. Here we go. Oh, the messenger comes across and misses the 10. And they're going to need a little help now. Norfolk State has one of the best bowlers in the country as their anchor, Thea Spiris. All she needs is a mark here with good count, to force a game 7. She'll be coming into your picture in just a second here on the left side of your screen. Here we go. Needs a mark with good count. Crosses over and leaves the 6-10. Not her best shot there. So this is not quite over yet. Nia Falbo needs to make the 10 pin here. And she misses it. Wow. Misses the spare. That would have forced Thea to make the 6-10, but now Norfolk State wins the game, and we will have a game 7 for sure. So game 7 coming up between Norfolk State and Maryland Eastern Shore for the right to bowl Vanderbilt for the title. Final shot coming up here in the 6th game. Thea taking her time. And so we will get started. They're going to switch lanes and get started with game number 7. 194-181. Norfolk State wins game 6. Game 7 will start here in just a moment.
I wasn't on TV yet. Got the back of my head. Looked like a Q-tip going up there.
Split in the first frame for Maryland Eastern Shore. It's Tatiana Munoz. She split. Norfolk State. First frame strike. She had to look back at it and make sure that it actually did strike. So second frame here for Norfolk State, trying to keep it going, and turn it from a 5-7-10 into a 10-pin. Take that. An early 11-pin lead here for Norfolk State. Open frame in the second for the Spartans. And their lead evaporates. Double for Maryland Eastern Shore as they jump out to an 11-pin lead now. Deciding Game 7. Looks like it's the only match still going on in the bowling center. Ramirez up on the left side of the screen coming into your picture for Maryland Eastern Shore. Fourth frame working on a double. And leaves the 4-pin on a high shot. UMES leads by 10. Norfolk State with a strike in the fourth. Bonus coverage of this match between Maryland Eastern Shore and Norfolk State here for you. It's the only match still going on. Just happens to be the left of our featured pairs. Championship match will be coming up next. The winner of this match is in the championship against Vanderbilt. Trouble. Open frame in the fourth for the Hawks. And that gives Norfolk State the lead by 2 pins if the Spears can make the spare. Fifth frame for Eastern Shore is a strike. And there's a strike for Norfolk State. Getting pretty excited out there. .88 in the fifth for Norfolk State with a strike in the sixth. Maryland Eastern Shore with a strike in the fifth. If they spare in the sixth, they'll have 86 in the fifth frame, so 2-pin difference. But Eastern Shore can take the lead with a strike here. They can take an 8-pin lead if they strike here in the sixth frame. Let's see what happens. Crossing over, leaves a 3-6-10. Didn't quite cross over, went through the face. 3-6-10 leave. Count doesn't matter, it was on a strike, but Norfolk State will maintain that 2-pin lead after 6 frames, assuming a spare conversion there. But Norfolk State a chance for a double here. That would give them a 12-pin lead for sure. That is way right. Lucky to leave the 1-2 on that. That could have been way worse. Open frame for UMES. Tides have turned here a bit. Now a 14-pin lead for Norfolk State. Spare. No problem on the spare for Norfolk State in the seventh. Maintaining a 14-pin lead. Eastern Shore is in some trouble, folks. They've lost that left lane, and they are in a world of hurt here. They have got to find something down the stretch. Norfolk State leading by 14 with 3.5 frames to go. It's the only match going on in the building right now. How about that for a strike in the eighth? Ooh, almost chopped it. Does get the spare though. Big shot coming up here for Maryland Eastern Shore. They have got to right the ship. They got to get going the right direction here. That's a better shot. Norfolk State working on a strike here, can go up by 24 if they can put a double on the board. Pretty good shot. They deliver in the ninth, a double heading into the 10th. That puts UMES in a must-strike situation in the ninth to cut it back down to 14. Maryland Eastern Shore, of course, the two-time reigning NCAA women's bowling champions. So I think this would be an upset if Norfolk State wins. 204 the max score for Maryland Eastern Shore. If Norfolk State strikes on this shot, they will have pretty close to a shutout. Ooh, through the face. That could have been a split. Leaves the 6'10". Now they're looking at 196 max. Maryland Eastern Shore can strike out for 204. So Maryland Eastern Shore in a must-strike situation here in the 9th. Here it is. Has to have it. Got it. What a shot. Perfect. Norfolk State desperately needs Spears to make this 6-10 here in the 10th frame. She makes this, it forces Tania Falbo to double in the 10th. And she does make it. That's going to put them in the 190s, 196 if she strikes on the fill. Falbo will need the first 2 strikes in the 10th frame to win the match. Drama in Reading. Taking their time. Let's see what happens here. Tania Falbo up on the approach, just off the screen on the left side. She'll be coming into the picture here in just a second. Needs a double in the 10th frame to win the match. Anything less, and Norfolk State will be in the championship match. Here it is. Got the first one. Count could be important here on this last shot for Norfolk State as well. If Falbo goes 9 spare to finish off the 10th, they would shoot 193. So in order to force the strike, Thea Spears needs at least 8 pins on this shot. So this is a big shot. The count does matter here. She gets the strike, 196 for Norfolk State. Forces, for sure, Eastern Shore to throw another strike here in the 10th. What a match. One more round of matches coming up next. Championship match on the horizon. Vanderbilt versus the winner of this match. Will it be Norfolk State or will it be Maryland Eastern Shore? This is the only match still going on in the building. Everybody is watching Tania Falbo right now. Coming into your picture on the left side of the screen, has to strike to win the match and have a shot at the title. Here it is. She got it. Double in the 10th for Falbo. She needs 3 pins on her fill. Norfolk State, they can't believe it. What a comeback. 4 strikes in a row for Maryland Eastern Shore down the stretch. What a finish. That is why Maryland Eastern Shore is the 2-time reigning NCAA women's bowling champions right there, folks. Clutch bowling down the stretch. Just needs to keep it on the lane here and get 3 pins. Here's the shot. That's more than enough right there. Gets 7. They win 201, 196. Maryland Eastern Shore takes a 4-3 win over Norfolk State. A heartbreaker for the Spartans and a heart stopper for Maryland Eastern Shore. 5 minutes until we get started with practice for the next round. We'll have 10 minutes of practice before we get started with our championship match. So hang around. It's coming up in the next few minutes.
Last 4 digits. 3554. 3554. Second prize, 3598. 3598. Third prize, 3555. 3555. And our fourth prize, 3601. 3601. Please come to the counter.
Still waiting on ticket 163555. 163555. Looking for that ticket. Okay, ladies, 1 minute. We're going to be starting practice in 1 minute. Please go to your starting pair. I will announce practice to start. Okay, ladies, please start your first 5 minutes. switch your other lane of your match for your last 5 minutes of practice. Okay, ladies, that's your 10 minutes of practice. Last balls, please. Okay, officials, make sure we have the machine set the first ball cycle. Make sure the lanes are ready for scoring. And fans, safe travels home. Let's give them one last round of applause before this competition ends.
Here we go. Time for the championship match at the Kutztown Invitational. Live from Easter Lanes in Reading, Pennsylvania. We've got the championship match on the left side of your screen, Vanderbilt versus Maryland Eastern Shore. And on the right side of your screen, that's going to be our match for third and fourth place, Norfolk State versus Sacred Heart. Should be some great matches here. Four of the top teams in the tournament are meeting up here in the final matches. All the teams are still bowling a match this round, but these are the ones that are at the top. Again, Vanderbilt versus Maryland Eastern Shore for the title. Norfolk State versus Sacred Heart for the battle for third place. If you're watching the PBA broadcast, you can also watch us at the same time. We are available on iPhone and iPad. m.youtube.com/bowltv. m.youtube.com/bowltv. It is a best of 7 match. Same format we've been at all day long today. Best of 7. Maryland Eastern Shore won a heartstopper against Norfolk State in that last round to make it into the championship match, and Maryland Eastern Shore trying to avenge their only loss of the tournament, which came this morning against Vanderbilt. So again, best of 7. The first team to win 4 games wins the match. Should take about an hour and 45 minutes or so if it goes the distance. Maryland Eastern Shore starting off with a strike. Vanderbilt with a spare. Sacred Heart off to a quick start in that match with a double. Norfolk State starts with an open. Just settling in here to our matches. Maryland Eastern Shore went 12-0 on Friday and Saturday, leading up to bracket play. But then they came in first round this morning and lost to Vanderbilt in the opening match. Vanderbilt picked up that win this morning and then had an easy win against Salem International in the next match. Just kind of a match to give them something to do while they were waiting to see who they would bowl in the championship. Eastern Shore had a heck of a match with Norfolk State, coming from 2-0 behind to win that match 4-3. Early lead for Vanderbilt here after a double. Spare double start for Vandy, strike spare for Eastern Shore, so a 10-pin lead for Vanderbilt as Robin Renslow steps up in the 4th frame for Vandy and breaks up the split, leaves just the 10. Strike for the Hawks. They trail by 9. Live coverage today brought to you by USBC. I appreciate you being a USBC member. Be sure to tune in next weekend for our coverage of the Prairie View A&M Invitational at the International Training and Research Center. That'll be coming up next weekend. Full schedule of our live streaming events available at bowl.com/livestream. Norfolk State has started with a couple opens against Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart also has an open, missed a single pin in the 4th. Very early on in these matches, our championship on the left, battle for 3rd place on the right. 2 matches at the same time for you, as we have done the entire tournament long. Still a 9-pin lead for Vanderbilt as Jessica Ernest steps up in the 5th, the anchor bowler for Vandy. It's a good shot. And the 10 wobbles, doesn't go though. Open frame for UMES, the first open of the championship match. And Vanderbilt now leads by 20 pins. Just joining us, best of 7 championship match on the left, a best of 7 3rd place match on the right here at the Kutztown Invitational. Vanderbilt versus Maryland Eastern Shore for the title. Norfolk State battling Sacred Heart for 3rd place. Sacred Heart up about 30 pins on Norfolk State halfway through game 1. Double for Sacred Heart. They've got a big lead on Norfolk State. 32 pins with 3 frames to go. Got Vandy facing a baby split here. And Maryland Eastern Shore a 10 pin. Spare for the Hawks. They're still down by about 20 pins or so. Although that open for Vandy has narrowed it to single digits. There's a double for Norfolk State as they try to claw their way back in this thing. They are down by 21 pins with 2.5 frames to go. Eastern Shore, 6th frame. There's a good looking shot there from Munoz as they narrow the gap down to 7 with that strike there. Norfolk State with a 3rd consecutive strike as they inch closer and closer. Norfolk State now down 11. Megan Buja for Eastern Shore up in the 7th here. And she delivers a strike for a double, and Eastern Shore takes the lead for the first time in this match. A split for Sacred Heart. Running into some trouble here down the stretch. Amanda Fry up for Vanderbilt with the spare in the 7th. Four-bagger for Norfolk State as they are now in the lead by a pin. Another strike for Maryland Eastern Shore. That's 3 in a row for them. And Eastern Shore has surged into the 13-pin lead. An open frame in the 9th by Nicole Trudell for Sacred Heart. There's a strike for Vanderbilt. That was Tori Ferris with the strike. Looks like Norfolk State probably going to win this first game. They're up 11 going into the 10th. It's all going to come down to what Thea Spears does here in the final frame. Got best of 7 match. This is just the first game. Almost left the split there, leaves the 4-pin. Thirteen-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore. Chance to make it 23 going into the 10th with a strike here. Angie Ramirez gets the job done. Big shot here for Sacred Heart. Jackie Carbonetto gets the strike, first one in the 10th. They can max at 192. Norfolk State can max at 193. So Sacred Heart's still not out of it yet. Another big shot coming up for Vanderbilt right now. Robin Renslow, 9th frame, working on a strike. Misses the head pin to the right. So Maryland Eastern Shore in the driver's seat here in game 1. Sacred Heart still a chance in that match to pick up the win. As Jackie Carbonetto doubles in the 10th, so it's going to come down to count on the final shot. There's an open frame for Vanderbilt in the 9th, and it looks like Eastern Shore will take game 1 in that match. All right, far right side of your screen, Thea Spears, Norfolk State, needs a strike for the shutout. A strike for the shutout for Norfolk State on the far right side of your screen. Here it is. And she gets 9. And that means if Carbonetto strikes on the fill, they will tie at 192. Let's take it full screen. Carbonetto needs a strike for the tie. Here it is. And she got it. 192, 192. Maryland Eastern Shore wins the first game against Vanderbilt. Okay, each get a half a point in that Norfolk State Sacred Heart match. Ernest with a strike, double in the 10th. Not only going to be in the 190s though, and Eastern Shore already in the 200s. Fill balls coming up in the Vandy Eastern Shore match. 217 for Maryland Eastern Shore. Vanderbilt going to be in the 190s. $190 for Vandy, so 217, 190. Eastern Shore wins game one. Open for him for Norfolk State. Just getting started with game two on the left side of your screen. We're in the third frame of game two on the right side. 1 pin lead for Sacred Heart as they're working in the third frame. It's our final matches of the tournament. The championship match is on your left. The third place match is on your right. Nice shot there for UMES to start things off in game two. Vanderbilt has started with a double. Eastern Shore strike open So Vandy with an early lead in game 2. And 3 in a row for the Commodores now. Sacred Heart with a 2-pin lead on Norfolk State. About halfway through game 2. They tied the first game at 192 apiece. Renslow for Vanderbilt trying to make it front 4. Looks pretty good. Vandy on a roll now. There's a double for Sacred Heart as Carbonetto strikes for the double. They lead by 12 pins with about 5.5 frames to go. Jessica Ernest on the approach on the left side of your screen for Vanderbilt, working with the front 4. The anchor bowler for Vandy trying to keep it going here. That one comes up a little light, leaves the 2. Three in a row for Sacred Heart as they extend the lead to 22. Sacred Heart gets the 4-bagger on the interesting strike. Looks like Sacred Heart is on their way to a Game 2 win at this stage of that split by Norfolk State. Just joining us, you're watching final round coverage here of the Kutztown Invitational. Championship match on the left, third place match on the right. Sacred Heart going for their 5th consecutive strike. They do not get it, but Vanderbilt gets a strike. Natalie Goodman with a strike for Vandy. Vanderbilt is up big, almost 50 pins, about halfway through this game. Trying to even up the score. There's a strike for Falbo and Maryland Eastern Shore in the 5th. It's a 30-pin lead for Sacred Heart with 2 frames to go in the third place match. Double for Vanderbilt as they build on the lead. Now up more than 50. Brutal 7-pin there for Vandy. Should have been a strike, but the string of strikes ends. Sacred Heart trying to let Norfolk State back in this thing. Open frame in the 9th. Norfolk State still down 18, though. And Thea Spears does not strike first shot in the 10th. So that means that it is game over. Sacred Heart is going to win this game. Carbonetto up in the 10th. Doesn't much matter what she does here, but she does strike. Jackie struck out in the first game to force the tie. If you were sleeping, you may have missed that. But Jackie Carbonetto did strike out the first game to earn a tie for Sacred Heart at 192. Vanderbilt on their way to a win here, it looks like. In game 2, trying to even it up. We know that Sacred Heart will take a 1.5 to a half lead. .191 to 169, Sacred Heart wins. Spare for Vandy. It's not quite a shutout yet, but it will be as soon as Jessica Ernest throws a shot in the 10th. She needs like 6 pins for the to make it official. Maryland Eastern Shore still with 2 frames to go. So it looks like Vandy is going to win this one with no problem. And even the score at 1 game apiece. Sacred Heart starts game 3 with a strike. Here's Jessica Ernest on the left side of your screen for Vandy. Just needs a few pins here for the shutout and to even the match at 1 game apiece. And that's enough. So Vanderbilt and Maryland Eastern Shore tied 1 game apiece in our championship match. 2:31 for Vanderbilt. So we can go ahead and update that tally as Maryland Eastern Shore finishes up the 10th frame. So we're tied 1 game apiece in our championship match. Sacred Heart leading 1.5 to 1/2 against Norfolk State in the 3rd place match. Sacred Heart started with the 3-bagger this game and then 3-6-10 in the 4th. Norfolk State double spare to start. So a slight lead for Sacred Heart. .177 for Maryland Eastern Shore that game. So 231, 177 was the final in Game 2. Game 3 about to get started over there. Carbonetto with the 10-pin for Sacred Heart. Norfolk State looking at it open here in the 4th. It's a 20-pin lead for Sacred Heart here in the 5th frame. Vandy kicks things off with a strike in Game 3. Three in a row to start for Vandy. Maryland Eastern Shore has started with a double. Sacred Heart still leading by 20 against Norfolk State after 5.5 frames. See if Maryland Eastern Shore can match the front 3. And it's a 10-pin. Vandy trying to keep the string alive. It's Renslow in the 4th. Leaves the 6-pin on that shot. Norfolk State trying to get something going in that match. They're falling behind by 20 pins with just a few frames to go here in game 3. And Sacred Heart already leading 1.5 to a half. This is a big game for Norfolk State. Open frame for Sacred Heart in the 8th will narrow the gap a little bit for Norfolk State. Got Vanderbilt with a 10-pin lead this game on Maryland Eastern Shore after 3.5 frames. Norfolk State unable to get the double. They miss an opportunity to really put themselves back in this game in a good position. They can still get to within 9 with the spare, though, but they could have potentially taken the lead with a strike right there. Here's Ramirez for Maryland Eastern Shore. She delivers a strike in the 4th. So Sacred Heart leading by 9. This is the 9th frame. They pick up the spare. It's Trudell. Norfolk State could really use a strike here in the 9th. First, let's watch. Well, they're both going to go at the same time. Falbo and Norfolk. Oh, look at the double for Norfolk State. Sorry, the strike for Norfolk State. That gives them a chance to put a double on the board and take the lead. But it is a double for Maryland Eastern Shore as they have taken a 1-pin lead after 5 frames of game number 3. Carbonetto for Sacred Heart with the strike in the 10th. They can max at 212. Thea Aspiris can strike out for Norfolk State to get to 213. Coming down to the 10th frame. Let's see what Thea's got here. Far right side of your screen. Crossing over takes the Brooklyn. Wow. Brooklyn strike for a double. And that, my friends, is a lead change. Norfolk State with a 1-pin lead now. This is another game that could end in a tie, folks. Let's see what Carbonetto does here. She comes up light, leaves the 5-pin. Sorry, the 8-pin. My apologies, the 8-pin. Got about 20 people between me and the pins here. If she spares it, they shoot 202. If Thea Spears goes 9 spare here to fill out the 10th, they shoot 202. We could have another tie. Aspiris must have 9 or better on this shot. Let's take it full screen. 9 or better, or Sacred Heart wins the game. It's going high, gets the 9. And we could have another tie. If they both make the spare, we'll finish tied at 202. Half of that equation is now solved. It is a spare for Sacred Heart, 202 for them. And so now Thea Spears has to make the 4-pin to force the tie on their side, and we do have another tie. 202, 202. So that makes this overall tally in the match 2-1. Sacred Heart. 202, 202 tie. Here's the situation in our championship match. Vanderbilt opened in the 7th, missed a makeable spare. They trail by 22 now in this game. And now a 3-6-9 for Vandy in the 8th. So things are looking good for Maryland Eastern Shore to take a 2-1 lead as we round out game 3. Game 3 coming to a close, 2 frames to go in our championship match between Maryland Eastern Shore and Vanderbilt. Eastern Shore leading by 22 pins with 2 frames to go. Strike here would pretty much lock it up, but it is a 4-pin lead for Ramirez. Still an outside shot here for Vandy to win this game. They need a lot of help, though. They have to strike out and hope for an open from Maryland Eastern Shore in the 10th. And now it's over. With the non-strike there by Vandy, it means Maryland Eastern Shore will win this game. So Eastern Shore is going to take a 2-1 lead in the championship match. Still have 1 frame to go, but max score for Vanderbilt is 214. And Maryland Eastern Shore doesn't even need a mark to get there. I guess sometimes crazy things happen. You never know, but looks unlikely. The way that Tania Falbo has bowled thus far. She's the anchor bowler for Maryland Eastern Shore. Just needs to avoid disaster. Really hit the right side of the head pin. Be good enough. Just needs like 8 pins on the first ball to guarantee the win. And if she gets 8 pins on the first ball, she wouldn't even need a mark. Wouldn't even need to make it. They're going to let Ernest go first, though. Far left side of your screen. If Jessica doesn't strike here, then it's definitely over. And she does get the strike. So that keeps it a little bit interesting. There's a strike. That's a winner. Maryland Eastern Shore goes up 2-1. .204 for Vanderbilt. A couple more shots coming here for Eastern Shore as they put in a sub. After 4 frames in Game 4 in our third place match, Sacred Heart leading by 13 pins against Norfolk State. We're up 2-1 in the match. That match has had 2 ties in 3 games. 238-204, Eastern Shore wins Game 3 to take the 2-1 lead. Split for Norfolk State here in the 5th, the 9-10. It's at least the second time today that Thea Spears has left the 9-10. I saw her leave it earlier in the match, off camera. She made it when she shot it last time, so let's see if she makes it again. Not this time. And they fall even further, but behind. Now down 25. Half a game to go. State wants to know how I like the cold Pennsylvania weather. I'm not a big fan of the cold weather. In fact, I'm hoping my flight tomorrow doesn't get affected by the snow and ice that's coming. Flying out of Harrisburg tomorrow afternoon. There's a strike for Norfolk State. Sacred Heart just kind of cruising along here, making their single pin spares. Norfolk State's got a couple opens this game. That's been the difference. Vanderbilt trying to start with a double. I'm sorry, Maryland Eastern Shore trying to start with a double, and they do. Vanderbilt has a 7 count on the board to start off this game. Norfolk State trying to get into it here with a double on the board. They still trail by 15 though, with about 3.5 frames to go or so. Still a 16-pin lead for Sacred Heart. 2 frames to go. Both teams working on a spare. Maryland Eastern Shore has the front 4 this game. Vanderbilt spare open. Three-pin lead for Norfolk State. Greg asking in the chat if I had any Kutztown Birch Beer soda. I do not drink soda, but maybe that's beer and not soda. I'm not sure, but no, I haven't. Vanderbilt leaves the 6-10. Tori Ferris in the 3rd. Sacred Heart trying to close out another win here. And there's a strike in the 9th for Nicole Trudell. Five in a row for Maryland Eastern Shore. Norfolk State missed the single pin, so Sacred Heart's going to go up 3-1, it looks like. Sacred Heart going to move into a 3-1 lead in the 3rd place match. Maryland Eastern Shore threatening to take a 3-1 lead in the championship match with the front 5 this game. Sacred Heart closing it out strong with 3 strikes in a row. Strike in the 9th and a double in the 10th from Carbonetto. Someone asking in the chat what Maryland Eastern Shore is ranked in the country right now. I believe they're ranked number 2. (217-168). Sacred Heart wins and takes a 3-1 lead. They're 1 win away from clinching 3rd place. Maryland Eastern Shore's string of strikes ended with a 10-pin there in the 7th frame. Vanderbilt working on a double, trying to get back in this, and Natalie Goodman leaves the 7-pin. It's a big lead for Maryland Eastern Shore here. 53 pins, but they just are about to give some of it back with that split there. Amanda Fry with a strike for Vanderbilt. Open frame for Eastern Shore in the 8th. Eastern Shore still in the lead, though, by 29 pins. So they're still in good shape, but they just gave away a big chunk of their lead right there in the 8th frame. Vanderbilt can really start to narrow the gap further with a strike here in the 8th because they can get a double. This should cut the deficit to 19. Instead, it's a 4-6 split. Norfolk State has started with 3 strikes in a row, so they're not going away anytime soon, it looks like. Must-win game for Norfolk State. They got to win it to have a chance to force another game, because if Sacred Heart wins that game, they take the match and finish 3rd. UMES with a strike in the 9th. Open frame for Vandy in the 8th. So it's a 51-pin lead again for Maryland Eastern Shore heading into the final couple of frames. So Maryland Eastern Shore actually has already mathematically locked up the win in this game without throwing another ball. So they will go up 3-1 in the match. Washout in the 10th for Maryland Eastern Shore, but it doesn't matter. They've already locked up the win. They're going to go up 3-1. They're just kind of going through the motions and closing out this game here. Norfolk State with a 20-pin lead on Sacred Heart after 3.5 frames. That was the 5th frame for Norfolk State. Sacred Heart still has yet to bowl the 4th. So both our matches sit at 3-1 right now. I have a feeling at least one of them will go at least another game. Right now, Norfolk State's got a 20-pin lead on Sacred Heart about halfway through the game. So Norfolk State trying to stay alive. Sacred Heart trying to close it out. 5th frame for Sacred Heart right now. Carbonetto gets the strike in the 5th. Strike for Norfolk State in the 7th. Big one here coming for Sacred Heart, looking for a double. They can cut the deficit down to 10 pins with a strike, and they do it. What a shot there. Back-to-back strikes for Sacred Heart. Vanderbilt starts with a split. Big shot here for Norfolk State, trying to extend that lead back up. And leaves the 4-pin, so no double for them. If Sacred Heart can strike in the 7th, they will tie the match up. See what Sacred Heart does here. Looking to tie the match. Tie the game, I should say, and they do it. Back-to-back-to-back strikes for Sacred Heart. And it's all tied up. With 3 frames to go in our 3rd place match. Sacred Heart leading 3-1 in the best of 7. Maryland Eastern Shore started with a strike. Trying to put a double on the board here in the championship. Looks good. Oh, the 9-pin stays up. It's a good shot, though. Chance for Sacred Heart to take the lead if they can strike here in the 8th. Working on 3 strikes in a row. Oh, the 7 is it going to go? Wow. It was about as far over as you can get without falling. Excuse me. And they now trail by 1 pin with the spare with 2 frames to go here in game number 5. Oh no, a split for Norfolk State in the 9th. Trouble brewing for the Spartans. bad time for a split. Sacred Heart trying to pick up the 7-pin here, no problem. Vanderbilt open spare to start this game. Maryland Eastern Shore strike spare. Eastern Shore leading by 11. Open frame for Norfolk State. And the door is wide open now for Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart with a strike in the 9th would take a 12-pin lead. Any kind of mark here, they are going to have the lead. Vanderbilt is unable to get much going here early in this game. Here's Sacred Heart. Crossing over and breaking up the split for the strike, Nicole Trudell. Sacred Heart up 12 heading into the 10th. If they win this game, it is over. And Sacred Heart will take 3rd. Norfolk State would finish 4th. Still a chance for Norfolk State to stay alive, though. They need a big 10th out of Thea Spears, and she gets the strike, first shot in the 10th. Norfolk State can strike out for 216. Sacred Heart can go spare strike for 218. Full screen. A strike to lock up the win. And Sacred Heart wins the match by a score of 4-1. So Sacred Heart will finish 3rd. Norfolk State will finish 4th. And right now a 13-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore. As we're working in the 4th frame here. Eastern Shore up 3-1 in the match. We'll go full screen to our championship match now. Got 4 frames in the books after the spare coming up here from Renslow and Vanderbilt. Sacred Heart won that final game 237-206. Take the match 4-1 over Norfolk State. Maryland Eastern Shore leading our championship match 3-1. Oh, and Tania Falbo. A little loving on the 10-pin there for the strike in the 5th. Jessica Ernest for Vanderbilt trying to match it. Through the face, leaves the 6-10. No strikes this game for Vanderbilt. Meanwhile, every other shot has been a strike for Maryland Eastern Shore. Oh, a chop for Vandy in the 5th. So the lead swells to 26 for Maryland Eastern Shore. And a chance to make it 36 with a strike here in the 6th. Looks good. There's a double. Maryland Eastern Shore takes a 36-pin lead. State asking when the next live streaming is. Good question. It's next weekend. The Prairie View A&M Invitational at the International Training and Research Center Friday, Saturday, and Sunday next weekend. You can find the full schedule at bowl.com/livestream. Bowl.com/livestream. Maryland Eastern Shore looking to go up by 46, and instead is a 4-9 split in the 7th. A 4-9 split here in the 7th frame for Maryland Eastern Shore, and Vanderbilt's still hanging around. They had a strike in the 6th. Amanda Fry up here in the 7th, trying to put a double on the board and narrow the gap. And that's exactly what happens. A double on the board for Vandy. As they have closed in a little bit here. Open frame in the 7th. Vandy within 12 now. A chance to get within single digits with a strike here. It's Tori Ferris for Vanderbilt. Through the face leaves the 3-pin. So a 13-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore here. So we're in the last 3 frames of this game. That looks a little right. Leaves the washout. They might bring in the lefty to shoot it here. And it looks like Maryland Eastern Shore is going to bring in Vicki Jones to shoot the washout. Bringing in the lefty to shoot the 1-2, 4-10. A little bit easier for a left-hander to make this than a right-hander. Renslow up for the 9th frame here for Vanderbilt first, though. Nice solid shot there. Trips out the 4 for the strike for Vandy. This is a big washout attempt coming up here for Maryland Eastern Shore. Let's say she gets 3 of them here. Eastern Shore would still lead by 2, but if she can make it, they're still up by 13. So let's see what happens. Bringing in the sub off the bench. And she gets 2 of them. And Eastern Shore leads by 1. Max score for Vanderbilt entering the 10th frame is 203. Eastern Shore has yet to bowl the 9th, and their max is 204. So a lot will be determined by this shot right here from Jessica Ernest and Vanderbilt. Through the face, 3-6-10 And that means that Eastern Shore pretty much needs to be clean with good count in these final 2 frames. They'll have a chance to lock up the title here in Game 5. Angie Ramirez for Maryland Eastern Shore. She's known for being a little slow. She's definitely going to take her time in a situation like this. Ramirez, very deliberate here. 9th frame for Maryland Eastern Shore. And she gets the strike. That was a big one, because that really takes the count out of play here, at least on the first shot in the 10th. Ernest makes the spare in the 10th. So it's all going to come down to count here, it looks like. All right, here's the situation. Vanderbilt's at 183 with a strike on the fill. Tania Falbo from Maryland Eastern Shore. She goes spare, strike. They shoot 184. So Falbo throws the first strike in the 10th. Maryland Eastern Shore wins the title. And the rest doesn't really matter. Taking their time here. She needs to fill 20 here in the 10th to lock up the title. If she strikes, they win. It's got a chance. There's your winner. Maryland Eastern Shore is going to take the title. The Kutztown Invitational. What a shot. Down the stretch by Angie Ramirez and Tania Falbo in the closing stages of this 5th game. And Maryland Eastern Shore is going to win the title 4-1. They go 14-1 in matches in this tournament. Proving why they are one of the top teams in NCAA women's bowling, if not the best team in the NCAA right now. Still needs a few pins and count here, but pretty much academic at this stage. No problem, there's another strike. Going to be in the 200s. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in and watching our live coverage of the Kutztown Invitational. Special thanks to Joe Ambrose and the staff here at Heaster Lanes for all the help to make this possible. It's been a real pleasure to bring this broadcast to you over the last 3 days. An exciting event, lots of great bowling action, and look forward to seeing everybody back right here on Bowl TV again starting Friday with our live coverage of the Prairie View A&M Invitational Friday, Saturday, Sunday from the International Training and Research Center. Here's the final shot. $200-183, your final tally. Maryland Eastern Shore takes the title 4-1 against Vanderbilt. That's all for now from Reading, Pennsylvania. We will be back with you on Friday, live coverage of next weekend's big NCAA event. So be sure to join us then. You can follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman. I'll see you on there. Until next time, have a good rest of your Sunday, everybody.